Oh, hello. Hope you're all doing fantastic. Let me just... Okay. Something like so. Let's see that. Hmm. That's curious. Why aren't my redeems or my toggles doing what they're supposed to do? Hmm. Everything is looking fine there. Working when I do that. May I try to restart YouTube Studios real quick? Just in case. Connect. That is weird. The beam flow, nothing happened. So hold on, we're going to have to look into this real quick before we get started. Don't mind the scuff. Hold up. Let's see if that... Click over here and... nothing. Huh. Okay, I think I know what's up, but we'll just have to do things manually for this stream, and I'll know what to switch out in the future. Anyway, let's get going. Or so I said, but I'm not. No, it's not even. What in tarnation? One more attempt at the restart. Meanwhile, we'll load that. An excellent start of the stream. Okay, so this way it at least works when we do it manually. Or not manually, but when we have the YouTube Studio as an active window. Let's go with that. And let's see then. So we have Fisherman's Gambit. Nope. Life in the Sands. Easy a flower. Find a treasure map. And pink moonflowers. Right. Right. Oops. Don't mind me.
Yeah.
let's head to the desert.
覚えておるか、あの男。ん？昔、崖の村の恋人を迎えに行ったではないか。
ああ、そういうこともあったな。
Oh yeah.
そんな素敵なことがあったんですか？
結局会えなかったけどな。
Not to mention that the entire area is gone now. Bum 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 bum.
狼が砂漠にいる。不思議だとは思わないか。
That is a bit weird.
奴らは本来森の住人なのだ。砂漠には餌になるものがない。
なら何を食ってるかは想像できるんじゃないのか。
Also a fair point. And you're the one that wants the moonflower seeds, which I don't have. I guess to the king's mansion. Although nope. As a appreciation for the person running the material shop in the south. Which was right next to us in the beginning, right? Because it's not, or is it this one?
フリージアの花を届けに来た。
Yes.
テルと先を抱くとよりで、
何かあったのか。
いわるおいでって、ザセトラチンでいたとより、
Hmm.
崖の村は。
切ってるわ。ちやって切ったこうて、そう、ザリーギアシダサット、よりすちザリ来たわ。出て、そうざとち、あととえで、
Hmm.
とちくざた、おとたたち金ぎてすれたさったせど。やりたたきスライチキ。
そんな魔物になっていただ
Aim
なん
a
て。
shade, huh?
むごいことだ。
あの男の人には伝えるんですか？彼女が魔物になっていたこと。
わからない。
Hmm. Oh no. We can't loot the mansion.
ああ、かけれ。
近々レングの納め時と聞いたが、
結婚おめでとう。
結婚とは相手が必要なものだと聞いたが、
失礼きた。最強で。
もしかしてフィー。
Oh. I had a feeling.
驚いたな。すっかり大人っぽくなりよって。
そういうことならカイネも呼ばないとな。
な。つ イラソータサッタラギントソンキシチデータイ釣りだったらき
Oh, me, oh my.
見るさい
はじめまして。この度のご結婚おめでとうございます。
たく
飼い主さんなんですけど。
結構とくむなろ一致して触たいてとちでちやった
Hmm.
夜せれやりさたちとティテスレ
ああ、そうさせてもらうよ。
Very nice, very nice. The night before the wedding. はいね。
やれやれ。風呂に入る時まで掟があるとは。
白は浮かんでただけじゃないか。かいね。
どうした？
結婚式などというめでたい席に私が出てもいいのか？
いいんだよ。王が直々に招待してくれたんだから。
Yeah,
王
so
は
you
よくて
should
も
be.
周りの人間が。
この町は俺やカイネの村とは違う。掟が全てなんだ。変な話だけど、掟に書かれていないことは誰も気にしない。
そうか。
我個人の価値観からすれば、かような下着姿で婚礼の場に臨むは甚だ奇妙に映るがな。
もう話しかけるな、クソ吹き神。
Okay, are we going back up again?
どうした？
いや、なんだか寝られなくて。
Hmm.
何か心配事でもあるのか？
全然そんなんじゃないです。明日の結婚式が楽しみで、いろいろ想像してたら、ね、素敵だろうな、綺麗だろうな。いいな、フィーアさん、いいな。
エミールにもいつかいいお嫁さんが見つかるよ。
Yeah.
お嫁さん？
他に何がある？寝ぼけておるのか？さ。
そうじゃないんだけどな。
They wanted to be a bride.
終えた。
Hmm.
救世し続いている。改ざんをつきて、時ぞとやりつた。ちょしち、祝いつつたんさ、ロアインだ。
祝い事もまた仕事のうちだよ。
同意。民に束の間の祭り気分を味わわせてやるのも王。
こだた。
それにフィーアを幸せにできるじゃないか。大切な誰かを守り幸せにするってこと。
Yeah.
アルトゥルは小さたた。対決たさ。さ。
Day of the wedding.
いいですね、結婚式。花が舞い、人々が祝福をくれる晴れの舞台。憧れちゃうな。ね、カイネさん。
知らん。
おお。
I like that they've fenced us away. We can't leave the wedding. And thus, in front of these beloved guests, Emperor Rule 904 I hereby request that you seal your union with a kiss.
さてれるたいと
What's going to turn out badly here now? The wolves? Whoa!
魔物の狼がいるぞ。
Hello, Emano! How are you doing? How was your stream earlier?
狼たちはお前を狙っているようだな。
The thick plottons.
フェアあさって消されきろ
No,
切ってすれ
海山草
not Vera.
あっちあれ
フェア答えよれる
たく
んだ
あたきおようにかちすれてたく
I mean, only a bad time in the sense that it's, well, that it's sad, and that I'll catch up on what you wrote in a bit.
海山
Absolutely. Oh man.
トイキッチン歌を打ってぐっとより打ってやりすかすきたインクゼルガーゼス
よせ、気持ちはわかるが、今追っても返り討ちに遭うだけだ。海ザム有利。
アフェアルス
ね
ザルツゼルガーザルツンだゾルキアレル
ゾデオラレキタゴユリペルワトルカイザムタトデクラクルトデクゼルガントイカラツグキテテカイザムタリエキューサカイザムラオットときてソードリリスダカイ 王があのまま引き下がるとは思えぬな。
ああ今にも一人で狼を倒しに行きそうだ
放っておくのか。
そんなわけないだろ
Yeah, of
俺
course
だっ
not.
て狼たちが憎い
戦うのであればさっきのようにはいかぬぞ。
分かってるさ
Yeah, check about the
ロボット山
letter.
の弟から手紙が来ていないか。
And then we get to it. Oh. Ooh, that sounds exciting. Any particular feeling that you like more or less? Ow. Ow, wow, wow. Ah, I see, I see. I mean, as long as they were all good, then that's almost better. Then you're good to make any of them. Might actually be interesting to try out. So might have to catch your VOD at some point.
Yep.
I see. That is also fair. Fried onion rings are definitely nice. Alright, we should probably gone straight to the village instead of over here. But oh well. Oh well. Oh yeah, definitely agree with you there. I feel like since the onions themselves easily goes a bit soft, getting the frying to actually have a bit of crunch and not just be doughy, that definitely makes it better. We have a letter. Dear Wintergust, this is to inform you that the upgrade work on your weapon has been completed. The weapon is ready and available for pickup at your earliest convenience. I also have a more personal request to make of you, one I hope we can discuss further once you arrive to pick up the weapon. Yours, Two Brothers Weaponry.
いろいろ世話になってるし、話だけでもきっとロボット山に行く。
Well, well, well. Well, well, well. Get ourselves an herb. Well, I think the big thing is yet to be revealed, but we've played as this guy. Started out as, I mean, technically during the prologue we were in a what seemed to be a modern city, although something apocalyptic seemed to have been happening. And then there was a time skip for an unknown period of time, and we're in this area, and we're taking care of our sister who was sick with the dark scrolls. And then there are something called shades that are around, causing mischief, causing problems, possibly, probably being related to people somehow. But it's basically believed that the Black Scroll comes from them. And the Shadow Lord came and took our sister. So, as the protagonist, we now are very kill all shades. And things at this point, it feels like things keep going from bad to worse. So I'm not sure where we'll end up.
武器仕上がっていますよ。
ああ、ありがとう。
That iron will.
その武器なら
なんだ
お二人
Hmm?
にお願いがあります。
Mm-hmm.
お願い。
兄さんの仇を撃ってください。
Uh-huh.
ずいぶん物騒なことを思いついたな。
思いつきなんかじゃない。俺が武器を作ってきたのはこのためなんです。あいつらを殺せる道具を作りたくてやってきたんです。金儲けのためなんかじゃない。
あいつら。
そうです。魔物と一緒にいる大きなロボットです。
That little shade and his
魔物
robot.
とロボット
はあ
が手を組んでおるだと。
魔物が。
はい。
心は
ああ。やってやる。
Yeah, of course. The moment we knew
お願い
it
します
involved
あのロボット。ところで
a
本
shade,
日はどんな
we
ものですか？
we have no hesitation anymore. Of course. Oh. Oh yeah, that is. I feel like so far we haven't really gotten to know much about that. But yeah, I have seen that Kaine is supposedly trans, which is cool. Let's just go ahead and go this route. Upgrade everything we can upgrade. Okay. All right. Okay. Oh. It's a bit unsettling that the music left us. take the wild axe. And then... I have a feeling that it's intended. I feel like they've done it a couple of times when it's like, well, things are about to happen. Absolutely all good. Let's see if we, once we enter here, we might be back on the music. Yeah, there we go. Okay, but where exactly are we heading? Mm-hmm. Oh. I know that sword. Yes, we aren't getting through there. And on B2... Ah, I wonder. There we go, all sorted out. Broken and won't open. Well, I guess we're trying this. Hopefully this is the right way. Oh. Just clear everything out. Da-da-da. 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 Oh, oh, oh. Keep those away and those away. And that should be it. Yep. Oh, hi there. Yes, we did go the right way. Oh, that's that settled. Titanium alloy. Nice. Da-da-da. Da-da-da-da. Da-da-da. Da-da-da-da. Well, this is not a comfy camera. Won't open. Rude. That's not gonna work. That's not gonna... Yeah. Okay, let's pick that up and we go, and over here, and over there, and there we go. That's very smooth, very nice. And dealt with. And dealt with. And a titanium alloy. That's nice. Very nice. Sure, kill some. Oh, no, already. Thank you. Okay, all right. And in here. Well, that's dealt with. Ow. That was a bad idea, though. And dealt with. Right. Got everything from there. And over here and in here. You have no power here, little robots. Okay, there we go. Over here. Let's see. Yeah, we're coping with this in a very healthy manner. Don't even care. As long as I get to kill a shade, it's good. It's fine. Love it. Yeah, sure. We've been there several times. We have no idea what lies below. Actually, we don't know if anything's changed, but we have jumped down there several times. Only last session, really. We're trapped. They do seem to be working together. Huh. Curiouser and curiouser. Destroy intruders? I'd rather you don't. Oh. Hey, kinda, why does it sound like you know what it's talking about, though? That's not good. It's got wings. Also, there will be some ads incoming in a moment. I'll continue the fight, but if we go over to a story mode, I will pause. It's airborne. Ow. What does this mean? Ow. Okay. Perfect timing for the ads to start right as we almost killed it. But in the meantime, newscast update from Wintergust stream. Emmanuel Holrick has temporarily stepped away from the chat. Stay tuned for their return as we dive deeper into the emotional and action-packed world of NieR Replicant. Keep the vibes alive, everyone. Hashtag BRB Watch. Hashtag NieR Friday. Lovely. Let's see here, let's see here. Let's see, let's see. We're a little less than a minute remaining of the ads, and then we'll see what happens. And welcome back from Agile. So, the robot got wings, and we shot it down, and let's see what happens. Error. That. Uh-huh. We got shades again. Hello, Felice. How are you doing? Glad to hear it. I'm doing good as well. A little bit tired, so I'll see for how long I keep the stream running for. But it's always good to do some more Replicant.
こんな機会に兄さんは母さんは
Oh boy.
その辺でもういいだろう。
俺はやりましたよ。こいつがいなくなれば山に入りやすくなる。これからはいくらでも強い武器を作れますよ。任せてください。
He seems to be coping well.
わかった。わかったから。
By which, not at all. Horribly. Much in the same way we aren't coping very well.
憎悪と狂気では心は癒すことはできぬ。
でもそうするしかないんだ。
愚かな。
そうだな。
Well, at least we know, apparently. And we got the Law of Robotics fragment. Oh. Okay, that's... I honestly like when they do...
王があのまま引き下がるとは思えぬな。
Yeah.
ああ、今にも一人で狼を倒しに行きそう。
戦うのであれば。
Yep, that sounds like a plan. But yeah, I like when they actually, like, the shopkeeper or the upgrade person was involved in the quest and is having a bit of a mental breakdown, and thus they aren't available. Instead of just going like, ah yes, you've been dealing with a lot of stuff, but by the way, upgrades? No. I was too quick. I wanted to use a medicinal herb since we had an overabundance, but guess I used better healing. Oh boy. Oh boy. Bum, 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 bum. Right, it's over there. And over there. To the desert. Bum, 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 bum. Let's see about helping the king there. Ow, ow. Running straight into a scorpion. Oh no. Oh no. Oh. Do. Yeah, let's head to the mansion and see how the king is doing. I'm guessing badly. Okay, all right. Yes.
ああ、フィーアの仇を討たないとな。
フィア・ヤーリルセルガン・キゾとヤージツ・トレル
Hmm. Hmm.
引き事件あうアルテム・アタドスコス・ライダー
狼の群れがどれほどの数か知っておるか。
セルシタイ
If it were that easy to not be defeated.
分かった。
デケは中和せ
お前のためじゃない。フィーアのためだ。
もうカイネさんは口が悪いんだから。
意見が揃ったな。ならば急ぐぞ。悲劇を止めるのだ。
フェルアタグとトチユアアルアキンド
Hmm. One hand sword, ancient overlord. Ah. Hum.
カイザム・アクラ。
ゼルガーン撃つと避けた
これでサト・アルテルア・チンクルチーラス。
アルテルはトヤリラ
ティン。
フィーアギキタタトサダキラツヨリウタタキツシリ
ティン。
よりワイソトフィーアとツだったあ
ティン。
Huh?
あんだとせ
テントシケン。ユ・カイザムデク。アンダ・ルアミ。
しか
アンダ、いえ、フィーア、ロテとやりかきそできた。
Uh-huh.
食いてゲルだ。エラ・ラールペルアとカイザムでカイザムとアイトフィア・アイザムでフィア・チュレ・セキタとトダゼルガンでアンダ・ゼルガンヤーリツ・ガシチ・クリトカイザム・ゼスタル・ペルア老体リスラ関係かけてしたすわれアルムーキエルトチギサンってきた
あるん
浮きわせんクユリエ
押して
Of course there are
キルタチエ
rules about
ク
that.
クギリスアーガイ
え
カイザムより生きおつじでくご
ユラ
カイザムチツストジーおわくれたしより
こうだたちより歌いクリゼルガンタチトグだリー行ってクタイ
フィーアのためだ。
行くぞ。
I like that since the wolves were running around on their own, clearly they can get in and out. So Does that mean they can operate the door? Hmm. I mean, given that one of them is a shade, I guess it's not impossible.
狼たちが王を狙っておるようだ。セ・ゲルダ、カイザム。カイザンにケオリ。奴の狙いは仮面の王だ。次から次へと飽きることだ。狼たちの怒りはどこからやってくるのだ。リーダー以外からは魔物の気配は感じられぬ。
魔物の味方をするのなら切るまでだ。ザルツ、ゼルガン、ストトカンゴ。
Ow.
気をつけろ。カイザムルトだ。
I feel like that's going a bit too fast. So how's things going to twist around this time? Man.
トロワレキゼルガン、セダとユッとアキ、ゲッタイシ。スラエ、フィアとゲンカ。
Uh-huh. Loyal Kerber.
好きてそちだかれそえだくそとくらサゴスと意識シュデライアリステチ
フィーヤはこれまでも十分幸せであった。
こ
もちろんあの娘ならきっとそういうはずだ。フィーヤの誇りだった立派な王であれ。
ダタドリスキュリュークタイトリッチライルカイザムチッタだケテ体操とチ立ってるんだ。
やれやれ、また起きてか。
ラーのペルはトンリーアルテルはあんた年々アルロフィア
王様。
すべて魔物が存在するからいけないんだ。
これで全部だ。
魔王のところにヨナのところに行けるのか。
しかり
絶対に取り戻してみせる。
So I guess we're getting closer to some sort of change. Don't know if it.
ポポルのところに戻って話を聞くのだ。
Yeah, that makes sense. Either a first ending or maybe another time skip. Depending on how quickly things go once we start this all. But we shall see. Mm-hmm.
それにしてもこうも都合よく鍵が集まるとはな。まるで誰かに集めさせられているような。
シロは考えすぎだ。
しかし
罠だとしてもそこにヨナがいるのなら俺は行く。
そうか。
Okay, all right. About
お
that.
兄ちゃん
Right, those are... Oh, both of them.
行くのか。村は噂で持ちきりよ。あなたがヨナちゃんを取り戻しに行くって本当に行ってしまうのね。
必ずヨナを連れて戻ってきます。何？
なんでもない。ポポルは心配性だからな。じゃあ気をつけて。くれぐれも気をつけてね。
ありがとう。
気をつけてな。
What did she want to say? Maybe this way, so we actually get to the boat. Might be helpful.
Yeah.
So where do we... Oh. Lost shrine. Right.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we did see the castle when we last went there. I knew that.
もういいのか。
必ず戻ってきましょうね。
Yeah. Promise made and done. Okay. No problems. Twisted ring. And a technical guy. Yeah, no other way than up. Hello, Plague! How are you doing? Thanks for the knocking. The very unsettling knocking. But yeah, I hope you're doing great. There we go. Uh-oh. Glad to hear it. Wow. He did not have a lot of HP left. But yeah, I'm doing good as well. A bit tired, so we'll see for how long we keep the stream going. But excited to move towards the Shadow Lord's castle now. To see what twists await us. Hum. Ashursa. Technical guy. Actually, now that we're moving over here. Let's get a hole. Poison might be nice. Oh yeah. We have that. And just... equip the best words. That should have been it. Yep. And then among the spears, this is still the best one. Among the two-handed weapons, it's that one. And among the one-handed blades, this was the best one. Okay. Forward we go. Yeah. Nope, we have to get in here. Twisted ring, and if we head over here, right, that's not helping us. Through the door it is. I like that we can just skip them. It's going, nah, not about to deal with that. Simple machine. Actually. Right. Can't get up there. Ba-da-ba-dum. Don't mind me. It's bad when the enemy that's supposedly a bit of a mini-boss only has like the fact that they have a big HP pool But they die way quicker than the normal shades that have armor. Dealing with that. Let's go back to the Phoenix Spear. And get that medicinal herb. Nope. Onwards and upwards. Hide away here and get the sides. That over here. No? Maybe it was at the right spot. It was. I was a fool. A fool. Hello, Meepo. How are you doing? Oh. Glad to hear it. And NieR is... NieR is NieR. I feel like everything is going poorly. So, I expect bad things ahead. But I'm doing good. A little bit tired, so I'm not entirely certain how long I will be streaming for today. But otherwise, it's all good. All great.
そうだな。
Hmm.
シロと初めて会ったのも、初めて一緒に戦ったのも、この場所だな。
So
へ
true.
え、シロさんってこんなところに住んでたんですか。
まあ大まかに言うとそういうことになるか。
クソ髪に似合いのボロ部屋だな。
どこかの下着女が散々暴れてくれたおかげでな。
Yeah. And absolutely. Very fair. Go ahead and lurk. It's much appreciated. You cannot turn back from this point. Continue?
ようやくここを通れるのだな。
Mm-hmm. So here we go. Well, at least there's some pretty doves around. Can't be all that bad then, can it? It's honestly a very pretty area for the place where the Shadow Lord is. Two-handed sword, Phoenix sword. Ooh. Nice. But we'll keep going with the spear. Hello, Postal. How are you doing? But wait. One statue is broken. Otherwise, it's the exact same room. Curiouser and curiouser. So will we have the same room but two broken statues? I think that was the case. Yeah, that's all the same. There's still two doves. Still only one broken statue. Huh. We do seem to be looping.
どうやら閉じ込められたようだな。
抜け出せる手段がどこかにあるはずだ。
And good to hear. Kind of okay is still better than bad. NieR is certainly going. But I feel like, or I think we're getting closer to a first ending at the very least. And interesting to hear. I haven't really changed any settings. I think the only thing has been that I adjusted the mic for a meeting. Maybe I randomly or accidentally got it in a better position. Which, in that case, great. Glad to hear it.
本当の声は誰に問う？本当の姿を誰に見せる？我が問いに答えよ。
That's a deep voice for a bird.
小鳥さんが喋ってますよ。
我は問う。人がなぜ世界からいなくなったのか。
なんだそれは。
待て。これは合言葉だ。
Yeah, could be that as well.
合言葉
That is true. I probably have it a bit lower than I usually leave it, since I usually lower the max volume for the current game when doing the Dead Space collab. So maybe I should leave it like that. At least if the game's still coming through, all right.
いわばこの城に入るための呪文だ。
Hmm.
確かどこかで聞いたような。
Hmm.
本当の声は誰にと本当の我は人
Yeah,
は
yeah.
我がと
Their lives are short or because of a black disease. Hmm.
我は答える。黒き病がゆえに。
我はと人はその命いかに流らえるのか
Hmm. This one seems more magical. This one seems more scientific. I'm not sure how that would. Or, well, I suppose if you take it to mean that if you separate your soul from the body, let's go with that. And that is good to hear. And as you say, I should be the one coming through the clearest.
我は答える。その身と魂を分かつべし。
我はと魂の行く先はいずこか
Nation of Souls. Hmm. Again, this feels like the more magical, more religion based. What if we say in their corresponding
我
shells?
は答える。写しみとなるくぐつに収め。
よかろうそのもの主たる人とみなし城への立ち入り
どうやら先に進めるようだな。
Huh. So what does this mean for us? Yes. Oh. Devil and Poplar.
ランジュラは村の双子。
デボルさんポポルさんどうしてこんなところに
村に戻る気はないか。ここはとても危険よ。入ったところでヨナが戻ってくるかどうかも。
いかにしてここに来た。
質問しているのは私たちよ。
Oh. I like that we have an option to just go. You know what? Fair point. Let's go. I mean, let's go with... We are here to rescue Yona.
俺たちは先に進むヨナ
そうか。なら仕方ないね。仕方ないわね。君とは戦いたくなかったよ。本当に戦いたくなかった。
どうしてなぜなんだデボルさん。
これは最初から決められていた運命なんだ。で できればあなたとは戦いたくなかった。それは本当。あと100年次の世代にしたかった。
何を言っているんだ。
こやつらは魔物か。
いや違うようだ。
嘘だ嘘だ。ポポルさんたちがそんなわけない。
What? Well, the thick is bludgeoning.
正直ここまで成長してるとは思っていなかったよ。
なぜだ。なぜお前たちが邪魔をする。
白でしょ。裏切りの輩め。お前に質問される筋合いがないよ。
Vice is a traitor. Oh. Ow. Oh. I'm guessing. Oh.
封印されし言葉使えるのか。
それはもともと私たちの力だからな。あなたはそれを分け与えられたに過ぎない。
シロさん大丈夫ですか。
どうしてなんだデボルさん、ポポルさん。なぜ魔物の味方なんかするんだ。
What?
.どうして。
すべての謎の答えは魔王の御心にある。
魔王の仲間なのか、ずっと仲間だったのか。
答えはあなたが探してちょうだい。己の真実と向き合うために魔王の城へ入りなさい。
They're just leaving. Oh.
デボルさんとポポルさんが。
無茶してくるぜ。
シロ、大丈夫か。
おかしいぞ。我の最大の武器であるはずの口が魔王は笑わなくなった。
シロさん
多様な目をするでない。心配無用だ。大丈夫。
Doesn't seem very daishobu. Poor Vice.
音楽ワルツが聞こえます。
Oh. Furiouser and Furiouser. Exactly, not very daishobu.
無党会とは合成であるな。
But this seems very spirity.
こいつら魔物だ。
閉じ込められたみたいです。
ピースは戻る気なんかない。
そうだな。
It does feel very Anastasia. Da, 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 da. Once upon a December. Dealt with, and oh, there are more of them. So in before we have the Shadow Lord going in the dark of the night. Yeah, it honestly didn't feel like it was entirely out of place. Oh. Hodoloth. A flashy hat. Ulolo. And that is very true. And to be honest, I kind of love when they have. Oh, oh, that's not good. That's not good at all. Well, at least they are very... Yeah, the the Japanese version has been doing a lot of... Which is kind of funny given that the Japanese words aren't even as bad a curse word as things like fuck. Now that doesn't seem good either. Definitely not good. Ow. Very true, very true.
おい
What? Oh no, the boar is armored. Also, since we had some ads dropping in, let's do a quick newscast update from Wintergust's stream. Meepolis is spreading good vibes and lurking in the shadows. Dude Postal 300 waves in with evening greetings, pondering the clarity of our hero's voice amidst the NieR melodies. They muse over the Anastasia arc and spot some cheeky cultural nods in gaming. Stay tuned for more adventures and insights. Hashtag NieR Friday. Hashtag Lurkers Unite. What? Honestly, the armor doesn't seem to be all that great. That is also true. I feel like there's been quite a few moments where it's like, even with the little Japanese that I know, that's not the same thing they're saying. And escape! Dragoon lads. That's another one of those. I think that's also a interesting thing because I remember finding this in Automata as well. Oh yeah, that's definitely very interesting that they've just gone, for some reason in the English they went like, no, let's still have him be called White, but in German instead. Hop, 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 hop. Ow. Well, that wasn't. Continue. Oh yeah, that's probably a fair idea of where it originally came from. Because, to be honest, a lot of the weapons appear in Automata as well, which makes sense since Automata technically happens later. So, like, the Beast Lord we can find in Automata, same with the Iron Will. And I think Ancient Overlord we can find. Wait, hold up. Almost didn't get the Dragoon lance again. That might just be where they got the inspiration from. What if... Yeah, maybe it's better if we just jump and keep running, keep rolling. What? Whew. How's it going, Kaina?
開かないぞ。
Well,
攻撃が来るぞ。
入り口も開きません。
どうやら閉じ込められたようだな。
okay, so... What do we do instead? Four? The desert people.
傘程度と地いるとって
Well, you see, it keeps coming back.
出土汗より切った人だ。あら、ペルアと試練地無石音イラコク。
さあついて
どうしてここに？
サルリとしたと海ザムとキロだろ
It is. Ow.
いやアラトテ三世タレ
クルアリウアリトテトラス感化し金で。でも
アラペルアと
ドクター来て敬語いたり。
アンフィアトサチチサタとトレルタ海ザムチとえタッカー奇跡おあおいやめろ離せやめろおおギ後でアリクラーサアコ開けろお前らだけじゃ無理ユククおタオキアルタユートクルトこっちいるカテケタルイトエチケロアルテリアだせ
ゲウジ
各石技師
Of course, there's 88 rules about...
中カレルタカイザムテラス。
なんだアラタテウラーヌペルアとチ
ウラーヌカイザムトトチ。
Man.
おお開けるんだ
ぐずぐずするな。行くぞ。
カイネさん。
奴の戦いを無駄にするな。フィーアのためにも。
おう。
Also, very true with the inspiration for the design. And somewhat similar. I think I read I started reading ahead of time, or when the Fellowship of the Ring was on the way to be released. But I think I was only about halfway through when I watched the movie. But yeah, it definitely was a big part of my life for a while. And still a great couple of movies to return to. And books as well. Okay. What awaits us over here? Well. Devil and Poplar again.
ボルさん、ポポルさん。
Also, that is interesting. I feel like, I mean, around fellow kids, it definitely wasn't known until we started to see the making of the movie, and my dad went, "Hey, I've got the books. Maybe you want to read them." And two things, eh?
待ちくたびれたわ。
どうしてなんだ。
1300年前。
1300 years ago. Cool.
滅びかけた人類が取った最後の手段、ゲシュタルト計画。
Hmm.
白の書、思い出せないの？なら、思い出させてやる。
Oh.
白。
頭の中が思い出したぞ。デボル、ポプル、なんじらは人間にあらず。そして。
口ごもったね。言いづらいかい？ならポポル、代わりに言ってやんなよ。
Oh. Ah, right. That definitely sounds like it could make sense. Or could explain why. It's honestly interesting. I mean, I feel like I would have ended up falling in love with fantasy books regardless. But it's interesting how a large part of the fantasy that I read as a kid came from books that my dad had that he got during his teens.
私たちだけじゃないわ。今ここにいる全員が人間に作られた人間もどきなの。
何を言ってるんだ。
まだわからないかな。お前たちは人間じゃないんだよ。
Oh.
そんな。じゃあこの世界に人間は存在しないん ん ですか？
ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？ ですか？
Yeah, that would make sense that only the huge hits would be the ones that actually appeared. Nice. That in that case he really enjoyed it.
いいな。我らが魔物と呼んでいるあれが人間だ。
Oh. So I was suspecting that the shades weren't um I see. But yeah, I was expecting a twist about the shades because sure, the longer the game kept going, the less they seemed like just your average. These are monsters and evil, and that's all there is to them. And more like they're displaying some kind of more human traits. So turns out they are the real people.
人間だったものの慣れの果ての姿だ。
Ah.
さ、おしゃべりは終わり。私たちは仕事に戻る。
そんな。
お前のその体を返してもらおう。本来の持ち主である人間に。
Yeah, it does definitely sounds like that. Also, what's this about a rightful owner of my body? No.
持ち主のいない体を持たされた私たちの仕事なの。
Yeah, I guess that's why they've ended up calling them shades, because it does make sense that the shades of the people are, well, shades.
私たちの長い人生は人間たちの意志に沿って他人の人生を制御するためにしか存在しない。
Huh.
あなたたちにはあなたたちの理由がある。私たちには私たちの理由がある。そういうことだ。
格をつけるな。バカ。
そうだな。
The twins are great, but I don't like that we have to fight them, or that they want my body.
違う。俺はお前たちとは違う。
But I do love Devil and Poplar's designs. And many tears were shed in Automata. Okay, before we do that, let me just catch up. I see. I really should get around to watching Clockwork Orange. Just watched it at some point. And I haven't really played a lot of the COD games either. So it's another one of those. I will take your word for it.
今分かった。魂のない私たちが喋らないで。血が止まらない。デボル、一人で生きるにはこの世界は寂しすぎるんだ。時間が長すぎるんだ。涙は流せるのに魂がないなんて本当におかしな話だよ。ごめんな、ポポ。いや、デボル、置いていかないで。私を一人にしないで。やだ、
ポポルさん、もうやめよう。
やめようって。
To be fair, we never wanted to.
あると思ってるの。
Okay.
デボルを殺しておきながらよくもそんな。
No, they still won.
やめてください。今ならまだ。
もう遅えんだよ。何もかもみんな殺してやる。
ポポルさん、
Yeah, I really don't feel good about this.
頼むからやめてくれ。
あやつらは年も取らずにずっと見てきた。長すぎる歴史を、真実を。
なんでポポルさんと戦わなければならない。
剣を止めるな。進みたいなら倒せ。倒すしかないんだ。
Yeah, yeah. And again, it's definitely one of those. She has a moment where it's like, oh, you want to stop now after killing my sister, and it's like, well, you also wanted to kill me to begin with, so it's not really like I had much of a choice. Yeah, exactly.
橋が
まずい。進めなくなるぞ。
僕が何とかします。
ダメか。クソ。
大丈夫です。僕、少年だった頃の石化させてしまう目も、この醜い体になってからの姿も本当に嫌でした。だけど同時に誇りでした。だってこの姿のおかげでみんなと仲間になれたもの。皆さん、
Emil, no.
ありがとうございます。
エミール。
今、人を守るための兵器になれること、本当に感謝しています。
よせ。
さあ、行ってください。
エミール。
僕なら大丈夫ですから。
エミール。エミール。エミール。エミール。
心な時に喧嘩しないといいけれど、もう僕は仲裁できませんからね。あなたにもう一度会いたい。あなたに死にたくないな。死にたく。
Emil! Oh boy. Yes, NieR is sure nearing. Very motivational. Yeah. It also, with Emil popping out as the shopkeeper in, or a shopkeeper in Automata, also adds a lot of emotion to that. So whenever I return to that game, I feel like it's gonna be even more of a like, oh, Emil. But yeah, Kaine's, I mean, I feel like, especially since it looked like she was almost choking us out, I feel like this time it was maybe not only to motivate us, but also her being upset that our ambitions is the thing that led us here, which is the thing that made Emil sacrifice himself. This, the knowledge that these are actually humans also adds a lot to the fact that they drop stuff like old coloring books and rusty kitchen knives and stuff. Just like, oh yeah, that's just stuff from their lives. It also does finally explain the fact that despite them being shadowy things, there sure is a lot of blood. Was
道具の分際で我らが王に歯向かうとは愚か者。我らではない。我とお前は違う。一括りにするな。
おお It's also interesting that now we just dealt with that book and everything was over. But another thing that's weird about the naming is that they've gone like, yes, we have, for some reason we decided to have the German word for white for Shiro. But his opposite, the book that's called Kuro. No, that one, that we take the French name for black. So it's Noir instead. And also, fair, I have heard... I know my sister has watched it, and definitely mentioned feeling sick after watching it. Or like it really affected you. It does seem to follow that trend, doesn't it?
お兄ちゃん。
ヨナ。
Oh no, I was thinking what? Her reaction to watching Clockwork Orange.
やめよう、お兄ちゃん。ヨナ、もういいの。他の人の体いらない、欲しくない。この体の中にはもう別の女の子がいるよ。ずっと泣いてるの。お兄ちゃんに会いたいって。
ヨナが魔物に。
この女の子もお兄ちゃんが大好きみたい。ヨナと一緒だよ。会えないのかわいそう。
Yeah, no worries. I mean, I did just finish my thought and then immediately jump to responding to Clockwork Orange, and didn't really make it clear in any way.
そうだよ。一緒に帰ろう。
So, given Jonah mentioning a girl inside of her, and the fact that the Shadow Lord looks like us, what's feel like they are the humans that we were based on.
ごめんね。お兄ちゃん。大好き。
今だ。妹についていた魔物は消えた。
カイネ、ヨナを頼む。お前の悲しみがわかるなんて、そんな都合のいいことは言わない。俺はただ仲間と妹を守るだけだ。彼女たちを危険にさらす者がいれば倒すだけだ。来い、魔王。
I was just about to say that it really feels like the exact reaction we would have had, or that we in fact had when the Shadow Lord took Jonah from us.
様子がおかしいぞ。シロ。
お
And
しばし待たれよ。
大丈夫か？
心配無用と言いたいとこだがな。
シロン。
いったったったった。どこかのバカ者に乗せられて無茶をしすぎたようだ。戦う骨董品は世の中にそうあるまい。
シロン、ごめんごめん、俺。
おい、真に受けるな。冗談だ。
だって
さあ、突っ立ってないでそこをどけ。我には最後の退任があるのだ。
何する気だ？
あやつの動きを止める。そしてその後はお前に任せた。この先はお前一人の戦いだ。しっかり頑張るのだぞ。
嫌だ嫌だ、俺はまだ素人だ。
まったく、我はお前のそういう単純なところが好きであった。楽しかったな。お前といると本当に楽しかった。しかしここでお別れだ。
シロン。
そうそう、一つ言い忘れておった。
何？
シロというな、本当は結構気に入っていたのだぞ。
シロン、知ってた。
生意気なやつめ。
Meanwhile, Vice has lost all his powers. And yeah, I think... Whoop. Hold up. Right. My mistake. I should have done this earlier. But yeah, because I was thinking we got the project Gestalt files, so we probably should have read into them, because I think that would add more information about the Fades and our own self. But yeah, the NieR games I do feel like they delve pretty deep into possible meanings and elements. But I guess we'll see if after we finish this, if we can still read the files. Whoop, whoop.
お前は。
Now the question is, what happens when we've dealt with the Shadow Lord? Or the Demon King, if we're going by the Japanese. And still No. No. Still no vice, so no reading. Not all right.
そんな。
大丈夫だ。
What?
シロ、どこにいる？無事なのか？
探しても無駄だ。我はもう形を失った。じき声も失うだろう。
Aww.
今のうちに言っておく。よく聞け。ヨナは大丈夫だ。
Right.
恐れるな。諦めるな。呼び戻せ。ヨナを。
どうやって？
ヨナの、そしてお前の記憶を思い出せ。お前たちが生きる証を。
俺たちの証？
大丈夫。お前ならできる。
ヨナの好きな食べ物は？
Oh no.
それはクッキーだよ。
Okay, I was afraid we had to answer, and since this has been through so many streams,
ヨナの好きな
I
本
would
の
not
題名
remember
は？
a lot of the early stuff.
それはね、魔法の絵
Uh huh.
本。ヨナの好きな場所は？それはお兄ちゃんのいるお家。ヨナの好きなお花の名前は？そのお花は月の涙だよ。
Yeah.
じゃあね、
Uh-oh.
ヨナが一番好きな人は？ そんな名前。
Wait, try. And thank you for the hydrate. Me.
お兄ちゃん。
ヨナ。
これヨナの体？
そうだよ。お前だけの体だ。
お兄ちゃん大きくなってる。大人の人みたい。
ああ、あれから少し時間が経ったんだ。
ヨナはずっと眠っていたの？
ああ、
物語のお姫様になったみたいね。
ヨナ、よかった。本当によかった。
お兄ち
カイネ。
妹と仲良く平和に暮らす。
カイネはどうするんだ？
私は
もしよかったら俺たちと。
遠慮しておこう。私にはまだ片付けなければいけない問題があるからな。
問題？
個人的なことだ。では元気でな。
カイネ。
ゃん、お兄ちゃん見て。きれい。光を見たいって誰かがずっと叫んでた。 られたね。
And I'm guessing this will be in ending cinematic. Oh hey, it's back when we were kids. Yay!
ありがとう、お兄ちゃん。光がいっぱい。
ああ、そうだね。
The shade. Oh. Yeah, I feel like unless they're going to hit us with something after the credits, I feel like that's at worst a neutral ending. I feel like it's in general very positive on our end at least. So far we can't skip it either, so... Yeah, that's very true. I very much feel like I know that there are different endings. I don't know if it's as many as in, or technically as many as there are in Automata. But there are definitely different ones. I'm curious to how much of a difference they make. If it's just what happened, like if it's that everything that happens after we defeat the Shadow Lord is the thing that changes, or if there's actually something we could have done that would have led to Emil making it through, or something like that. Or to have kindness stick around, That's very curious. Downside, at least from what I've heard, is that Replicant handles the... which makes sense given that it's technically the older games of the two, even if this is a remaster. But from what I've heard, it handles the replays worse than Automata, so it's more frustrating to go through. But I'm thinking we'll see what happens after the credits, and then we'll see if we can get to read through the Gestalt files. Then I'll probably be looking up not exactly what the endings are, but like what endings we should play through and what to do different to get them. This is also... Now there are... Let me try snoozing the ads. Make the third one. Yeah, that's a very good point. Yeah, ending A, I guess. But yeah, as you said, things turned out good on our end, but clear data. Yeah. And B, load your clear data after completing the game to experience kindness story. Oh. Now read a departed mother's diary in your house. Wardrobe has been added. New outfits can be obtained by progressing through a departed mother's diary. Change music. Oh. Okay. Yeah, let's at least start it and see how it starts for us. Right, so this is from after Yona was captured and kind of had a moment being sealed in stone. It's after the time skip. Kindness dreams, discrimination. Oh. The sound of rain filled the village. The steep cliffs that surrounded the area magnified sound, causing even the slightest drizzle to rattle like a thunderstorm. Thin wisps of smoke streamed from the huts as the villagers huddled in their homes and waited out the rain. A single child, however, had braved the downpour and was now wandering slowly toward the wooden, hawk-shaped weather vane at the center of town. The wanderer reached the vane, which had existed for as long as any could remember, and stared. The child's face was simultaneously delicate and fierce, like a teacup that had survived a shipwreck. Those traits combined with pale white skin give the face an almost sexless quality. The beak turns east, I go home. If it stays west, then I... Child blinked. Rain slowly dripped down the young one's short hair and began its long descent to the ground. Come on, come on! The child felt a slight breeze and watched as the vane slowly creaked to life. Spinning this way and that for a moment, it finally settled with the beak pointing firmly toward the east. East? Really? Before the vane could move again, a jagged rock came spinning and tumbling through the air, striking home against the child's head. The force of the blow dropped the child to the ground as a hail of stones began to fall all around. Oh no, they found me. A heartbreaking smile crept across the child's face as the stones continued their assault. Through the rain, the sound of multiple footsteps grew louder before a voice rang out. Yoho, Kaine! The voice belonged to Demo, worst of all the bullies in the area. As Kaine struggled to stand, a final stone came skittering through the mud and bounced against her foot. Blood oozed from a cut above her eye and blurred her vision, but she could make out the shapes of Demo and his usual gang of idiots. There's news. The boy seemed taken aback for a moment by Kaine's seeming indifference to the blood dripping from her face, but quickly regained his bravado. What's up, freak? You like the rain? You like getting all wet? Or did you finally decide to run away from home? Though she knew it was futile, Kaine turned to leave. Before she could get more than a few steps, the other children scrambled to surround her, cruelty burning in their eyes. Kaine knew those were not the only eyes on her. The tormentor's parents watched from the safety of their homes. She was attuned to this sensation. It was one she had experienced many times before. While some villagers simply turned a blind eye to the actions of their children, many encouraged it openly. In a society ruled by superstition and fear, Kaine was something to be hated, and if possible, destroyed. I didn't say you could leave, freak. Demo's words chewed at her like a worm through an apple. He can't hurt me, she lied to herself. Be strong, be brave. He can't hurt me, he can't hurt me, he can't hurt. Oh look, the little freak is gonna cry. What's wrong? Are you sad that everyone hates you and wants you dead? Kaine prayed for the rain to flood down and carry her away from a world that seemed to have no place for her. But if there were gods, they chose to ignore her. As Demo crept ever closer, the clouds began to thin and the rain slowed. Even the weather hates me. I'm useless, a failure. I wish Demo's rock had taken my head off. Kaine couldn't meet Demo's leering gaze. She lowered her eyes and stared at the muddy ground below. The bully moved forward until he was inches away. She could smell the scent of old meat on his breath. The boy grabbed Kaine's face with thick fingers and yanked it upward. She tried to turn away, but he forced her gaze back and jammed his thumb against her eyelid to pry it open. Show me. No. Did you just say no? Daimyo grinned evilly. You don't say no to me. No one says no to me. Not even taking his attention from Kaine, he called to his cohorts. Come on, guys. Let's give the freak what she deserves. As soon as Demo finished, kicks and blows began to rain down upon Kaine. Demo paused, still grinning, as Kaine curled into a ball and tried to make the pain stop. I don't get you, freak. What you acting like a girl for, huh? Everyone knows what you really are. Kaine ignored the question, choosing instead to stare at the weather vane. It continued to point east, as if supremely confident about the future it had chosen for her. Ah, this is when we get the reveal. Go home? Yeah, that's a funny joke for someone with dead parents and no home to go to. Freak, chanted the children. Freak, freak, freak. Kaine closed her eyes and listened to the rain, waiting for the pain to start again. As the clutching hands of the village children closed around her, she bent her mind to the sound of the rain, letting it become her world entire. The rain fell, but the pain never came. Only when the laughter of her tormentors turned to terrified cries did she dare open a single blood-caked eye. Kaine was shocked to see Demo sprawled on the ground, holding his head and screaming in pain. She could see blood welling from spaces between his fat, twisted fingers. Oh my god, he's crying. He's actually crying. Deprived of their leader, the other children glanced back and forth between themselves, as if waiting for someone to step forward and take charge. When no savior emerged, they began an uneasy shuffle away from Kaine. But the young girl was the least of their concerns. Instead, their attention was rapt on the ancient woman standing a few feet away. After struggling for breath for a moment, she finally spoke in a voice thick with rage. Hurts like a bitch, don't it? Now I suggest you scatter before I throw another one. And if any of you little bastards ever touch my Kaine again, I'll do far worse than throw a rock. You can count on it. The old woman crouched down and gently touched the hand Demo was using to cover the wound. Before he could think to protest, she ground her palm into the wound and twisted back and forth. Ow! He screamed, leaping to his feet. Stop it! What are you doing? Quit whining. Ain't no one ever died from a scratch. You hit me with a rock, you stupid bitch. A big one. That thing could have killed me. The old woman shrugged. Death is the best cure for stupid. Demo's face twisted with rage at her words. Locking his eyes on Kaine, he took a step backward and spat on the ground. Get out! Leave this village! No one wants you here, either of you! Seeing the old woman grab another stone, Demo and his companions turned tail and ran. As they fled, the old woman grabbed her side and barked out a single laugh. Look at the fat boy go! Guess he's healthy enough to run from a fight. The woman's smile faded as she turned her attention to Kaine. Kneeling down, she removed her shawl and placed it around the young girl's shoulders, then produced a cloth from the folds of her dress and began blotting at the blood on her forehead. Oh, Kaine, she said, why didn't you fight back? You're stronger than that lot. The words of her grandmother stung Kaine, and she turned away. Don't be nice to me, she said. I don't deserve it. Nothing matters anymore. Her tears, held in check for so long, finally began to fall on the muddy ground below. Everyone hates me. They think I cause bad things to happen. They think I'm a freak. I wish I was dead. As Kaine's tears turned to sobs, she felt her grandmother's hands on her shoulders. Despite her advanced age and diminutive size, she was a woman of surprising strength, and Kaine found herself unable to turn away. Don't talk like that, girl. It's a river wide and deep that flows between the realms of this world and the next, and it grants no mercy to any that attempt the crossing. You got a duty to fight until your last breath. Understand? The old woman tightened her grip and tried to still the tremor in her voice. You know the pain of losing someone close to you, Kaine. You know, because you survived it. As the words hit home, Kaine was struck by the force of her love for the old woman. As a young child, she didn't even know of her grandmother, but when her parents died, the woman quickly accepted her as her own. Grandma, as Kaine called her, was cunning, vulgar, and quick to violence, and their first few years together had not been easy. But with each year that passed, Kaine and her grandmother had grown closer. However, it was only now, being in the mud with tears and blood taking her face, that Kaine truly understood the depths of her affection. Here was a woman who had seen hard times, who had seen death, who had fought through all these things and somehow emerged on the other side. If anyone could understand Kaine's pain and loneliness, it was her. Do I make you sick, Grandma? Course not. Don't be an ass. Kaine drew her grandmother's moth-eaten shawl around her body and shuddered. But my body, it's not normal. If I was normal, then Mom and Dad wouldn't... Hush, interrupted Grandma. I'll not hear another word of this nonsense. You're my granddaughter, and I love you, and if folks have a problem with that, they can just go to hell. With that, the old woman reached out and placed a wreath of dried flowers in Kaine's hair. The skill it took to bend the flowers without breaking the stems or losing a single petal was remarkable, and the beauty of it made Kaine want to cry all over again. Oh my gosh, these are lunar tears. Grandma, you made this for me? Also, I've been snoozing the ads for a bit, but we're out of snoozes, so I'll wait for a bit as the ads run. I didn't expect this to keep going for so long, although it's very interesting to find out more. Or maybe I keep going until I see that ads actually start. Kaine reached up and touched the wreath as if she couldn't believe it was real. Where did you find these? Just stumbled on them while I was out doing the shopping. The old woman turned away as she spoke, leading Kaine to suspect that the search had been more difficult than she was letting on. The pains she took to construct the ornament, let alone track down the flowers used in its construction, made Kaine's heart hurt. And there we go. There's the ads. Good. Glad to hear it. In the meantime, let me get some water. Man, this is a rough read. Poor kind. And everyone should be free from the agile. So let us continue. She reached up and gently adjusted the wreath, admiring the way it felt between her fingers. Didn't quite turn out right, said her grandmother as she squinted at it. These old hands have trouble with delicate work, but it sure looks good on a pretty girl like you. Kaine blushed and turned away. You think I'm pretty? Of course you are. What a fool thing to say. Thank you, Grandma. Her grandmother smiled. We're gonna be fine, you and me, she said. Long as we got each other, we'll be just fine. Kaine took her grandmother's hand in hers, and the two of them struggled to their feet. As they began the long walk home, Kaine gripped at the hand with all her might, as if trying to stop smoke from drifting away on the wind. The rain had stopped. Kaine stood beneath the weather vane, watching it spin in lazy circles, no longer caring about the direction it faced when it stopped. I don't need to escape. I have a home now. Grandma loves me, and that's enough. Even if it's us against the world. Kaine let her gaze drift up past the vane and into the cloudy sky. The last faint hints of a rainbow were slowly fading. As she turned and headed for home, the light scattered into a million particles and vanished, seemingly taken away on the breeze. Kaine's dreams, daily life. Right. I mean, I'm very much fine on keeping things going, but I will say that I'm starting to realize should have paused before jumping in. But hey, at least it's interesting to keep going. So it's all good. In the distance, Kaine heard the steady sounds of an axe striking wood. The noise had a purposeful quality to it, as if she was hearing a master woodsman go about his work. The firewood being produced, however, was as far from a work of art as could be. Pieces of every shape and size were being flung about a barren yard with wild abandon. Anyone trying to stack such wood would probably die of frustration before the job was through. Stupid piece of shit axe. Kaine's grandmother flailed away with the axe, filling the air with both splinters of wood and words that would make the most hardened sailor blush. Grandma, called Kaine. That you, Kaine? Yelled the old woman, taking her eyes off the wood for a moment. Don't get too close, or I might take your goddamn foot off by mistake. Yeah, I think throat-wise, I'm all good. It's mostly just the the part where I mentioned I was a bit tired when starting. So I was going like, well, we are at about 3 hours, so that's a good enough shorter stream to finish. but with the way this keeps going, we're getting closer and closer to the 4-hour mark, regardless. But as long as I keep being entertained, it is perfectly fine. Yeah, exactly. She brought the axe down on a piece of wood, sending ships flying in every direction. One spun past Kaine close enough for her to hear the whistle, at which point she decided to step back. Once she'd scuttled to a safe distance, she cupped her hands around her mouth and shouted, "Grandma! Do you need help? I can get you water or lunch or a new axe or something." The axe, poised to strike another wobbly blow, paused in midair. The old woman considered her granddaughter's offer for a moment, then smiled. "Tell you what, since I'm doing such a piss-poor job of shopping, why don't you come here and take over so I can go get the water? Shades have been restless lately, and I don't want you running into one of them bastards." Relinquishing the axe, her grandmother picked up a long pole with wooden buckets on either end. Gathering water was by far the more difficult of the two jobs, but Kaine knew better than to complain. Once Grandma's mind was set, there was no changing it. Kaine did her best to help with chores, but Grandma took every task that required travel to the village. Though she had a long list of plausible excuses, Kaine knew the real reason. She didn't want her granddaughter to be taunted and harassed by the villagers. Once Kaine moved in, Grandma decided to take up residence a good distance from the Eyrie. Out of sight, out of mind seemed to be the best policy when it came to the villagers and her granddaughter, and rare were the days when any but the two of them could be found on the rocky acre of land they called home. Kaine enjoyed the solitude, but harbored secret resentment that her grandmother was forced to spend her golden years in such a place. After watching her grandmother leave, Kaine turned her attention to the task at hand. She had never chopped wood before in her life, and soon discovered why the old woman hated the chore. Swing after swing of the axe produced only a tiny crack in the wood, and when she finally managed to connect with a solid stroke, the tool embedded itself in the log and refused to budge. Frustrated, Kaine swung the axe around her head and threw it, log and all, across the yard. Damn it! Crap! She suddenly understood the joy her grandmother felt in a good curse. Happier now, she picked up the axe, forced it from the wood and resumed chopping. She had a natural skill with a blade, but the task was challenging, and blisters soon began to form on her small pink hands. This is tough, and my logs are all weird sizes. Spitting on her palms and ignoring the pain, Kaine redoubled her efforts. Just as she was developing a rhythm, Grandma returned from the village. Setting down her buckets with a small sigh, she took one look at the logs and coughed out a wheezy laugh. "Really clumsy, girl. You better practice if you..." Her grandmother suddenly collapsed to her knees, causing one of the buckets to wobble precariously. Eyes wide, Kaine dropped the axe and ran to her grandmother's side. "Grandma!" The old woman shook her head and pointed a trembling finger at the bucket. "The bucket. Can't let it spill." Kaine steadied the bucket with a foot as she knelt by her grandmother. A small bit of water sloshed over the side and made a new home in the hem of her dress. But Kaine didn't notice. "Grandma? Grandma, what's happening?" Crazed with panic, she grabbed her grandmother by the shoulders and shook. After a moment, the woman lifted her arms and batted Kaine away. "Stop that! Just stop!" she cried, breathing heavily. "It ain't like I'm dying. Just tired from the trip is all." Kaine desperately wanted to believe her, but one look at the old woman's shaking hands and worn face told her more than words ever could. Her grandmother had lived a long, hard life, and it seemed the bill was finally coming due. The time when her grandmother watched over Kaine was ending. Sooner than either of them had feared, the positions would be reversed. The next morning, Kaine came to the side of her grandmother's bed and took her wrinkled hand. "Grandma, you're sick and you need medicine. I'm going to the village." The old woman shook her head and tried to rise, but Kaine gently pushed her down. "It's all right," he said. "I'll be fine." Her grandmother fixed her with a gaze that could melt steel. After what seemed an eternity, she finally lowered her eyes and sighed. "Well, I don't like it, goddammit. But I guess I should quit being so stubborn and let you grow up." The old woman watched as Kaine strapped on her boots and made her way down the road to the village. Hours later, as an unseen sun made its way across a dark and rainy sky, she was still watching. Kaine moved at a brisk pace, checking her pockets every few minutes to make sure the money her grandmother gave her was still there. Every noise caused her to spin on her heels, making sure she wasn't being stalked by a shade. Or worse, Demo and his gang. But she encountered neither tormentors nor shades, and Kaine finally found herself at the entrance of the village. Few adults she could see glanced sideways at her, then muttered to each other behind raised hands before slinking away into the shadows. Her heart racing, Kaine took a series of rapid, shallow breaths and tried to calm herself. "I have to prove myself. I have to help Grandma. I have to be strong." She chanted those words to herself over and over as she slowly made her way. Finally, her eyes settled on a rotund older woman who was angrily waving her arms in the air and telling anyone who would listen exactly what she thought of Kaine's presence. "Hey, lady," said Kaine with a bravado she did not feel. "Where's the apothecary?" The woman's flabby cheeks shook in bewildered anger. "How dare this thing speak to me," they seemed to say. But Kaine saw that her eyes held a different emotion. Fear. "Yeah, we're both scared, lady. Trust me on this one." "Which way?" Kaine repeated. The woman pointed at a small building to her right before hitching up her dress and stumbling off in the other direction. Kaine cringed, expecting a stone to come flying from the assembled crowd, but none came. Her mind was filled with a strange sense of pride as she made her way to the apothecary, but the new emotion had little time to take root, for as soon as she opened the door, she noticed a familiar customer at the counter. It was Demo. He'd clearly been sent here on some kind of family errand, because his gang of followers was nowhere to be found. "Oh my god," he sputtered. What are you doing here, freak?" The insult was delivered without force, and Kaine happily ignored it. Stretching on tiptoes to see over the counter, she asked the shopkeeper for the medication. "Ha!" barked Demo. "That old bitch finally keel over?" "Go to hell, Demo." The boy's eyes grew so wide they seemed ready to fall out of his head, but before he could let fly a comeback, or worse, a punch, the apothecary told him to knock it off before he kicked them out of the store. Demo slunk out of the shop, cursing Kaine under his breath. Once he was gone, she allowed herself to breathe once more, taking a brief tour of the shop while the owner prepared her medication. Countless tiny bottles filled the cramped store, each with a label written in some indecipherable language. An ocean of aromas assaulted her nose, creating a scent that was exotic, but not altogether unpleasant. Seeing such a variety of supplies gave Kaine a sense of peace. Surely, in a world so vast, there would be a place that she could call home. On the far wall, behind the counter, rested a portrait of a stunning young girl. The picture had once contained bright, vibrant colors, but time had worked its cruel magic and they were beginning to fade. The beauty of the work, however, remained undiminished. You like that picture? Heine turned to find the apothecary with a small vial of medicine in his hands. His eyes were gentle but sad. And they seemed to stare through her and into nothing as he spoke. That's my daughter. I sketched it when she was just a little girl. She's been dead for a long time now. Heine didn't know how to respond. He just stared at the portrait and tried to come up with the right words. Pictures are wonderful things, continued the shopkeeper. They let the ones closest to you live on forever. He shook his head slightly, then looked down at Heine and smiled. Handing her the medicine, he reached into his sizable green apron and produced a handful of old wax crayons. You should have these. There's no one left that I wish to draw. Heine took an instinctive step back, causing the shopkeeper's face to darken. Yes, I've heard the rumors about you, he said. It's a small village, and word travels quickly. Between you and me, I'm not sure which of them to believe, but I also don't think they matter much. I know your grandmother, Kali, and I think the way she was driven out of this town is just deplorable. Grandma's name is Kali? Thought Heine suddenly. She was still mulling this new fact over in her mind as she reached out and gently took the crayons from the apothecary's hands. Your grandmother is an old friend of mine, he said as Heine scooted away yet again. And I owe her much. I wager she would like it if you drew a picture of her. Yes, I think she would like that very much. Heine murmured a quiet agreement, but inside her heart was bursting. Never before had a villager treated her with anything but complete contempt. It was a tiny, almost imperceptible step, but it was a step nonetheless. And with enough tiny steps, she might one day discover the rest of the world. When Heine returned home, she found her grandmother asleep in her bed. Her feet were blackened and raw, even bleeding a bit in places, leading Heine to think that she had been pacing around the room until exhaustion finally caught up with her. She placed the medicine by her grandmother's pillow and turned to leave, but found the old woman's hand clasped around her arm. Back already, are you? Asked her grandmother with a yawn. Come here, let me have a look at you. Grandma sat up and examined Heine from head to toe. Finally satisfied that nothing terrible had befallen her grandchild, she leaned back and allowed herself to relax. Well, how was it? Those bastards give you any trouble? It was kind of fun, said Heine with a small smile. No, seriously, it was. Fun, eh? Asked her grandmother in a voice which implied she believed anything but. Uh-huh. So anytime you need me to run an errand, just let me know. As she spoke, Heine removed the crayons from her pocket. After a brief explanation of their source, she informed her grandmother that she was going to sketch her portrait. A portrait of me? Ridiculous! No one wants to stare at a wrinkled old crone. But Grandma, it'll make you live forever. Horse shit, said her grandmother, throwing back the sheet from her bed. Living forever would just piss me off. Now put those crayons away and help with dinner. But Heine would not relent, and in the end, Grandma found herself leaning against the wall of their house, as if posing for a master artist. Heine took up the crayons, eyed her subject carefully, and set to work. Just as her grandmother was about to nod off, Heine finished the piece. After staring at it for a bit, she released it from her grip and let it slowly drift to the floor. It's terrible. It doesn't look like you at all. I'm sorry, Grandma. Thought these crayons would, you know, make drawing easy or something. Hello, Mayron. Thank you so much for the raid. How are you doing? How was your stream? How was Hello Kitty Island Adventure? And hello, Koi. Hello, hello. No worries, Koi. I'm glad to hear it, Mayron. So, for anyone new, I am Wintergust, a lindworm crawled up from beneath Yggdrasil's roots to check out humanity, this cycle of existence. And I play a variety of games from comfy cozy to horror, and currently we're doing the story heavy Thursday, so we're going through a bit of NieR. And just finished the first ending and are currently reading up on Kaine's life. And if anyone needs to, both on Mayron's end as well as any of the raiders, if you need to raid and run or do any stream aftercare or take care of yourselves, then absolutely do so. But if not, we'll keep going for a bit. At least until we hear everything about Kaine's past life. The old woman's eyes narrowed at her granddaughter's disappointment. "Let me be the judge of that," he said, ignoring the pain in her back and reaching for the paper. The sketch could have been a person's face. It also could have been a boulder, a lump of clay, or an incredibly misshapen loaf of bread, all rendered in a chaotic array of colors. The old woman stared at the picture for a long time and slowly wheezed out a laugh. "Oh, Kaine," she said between laughter. "You truly are my blood. You're as clumsy as me, and I love it. But hush! I won't hear any more bull about how ugly you think it is. It came from the heart, and I'll treasure it always." True to her word, the old woman gave the picture a place of honor above the kitchen table. In the days that followed, Kaine would often catch her staring at the portrait with a strange smile on her face, an action she interpreted as silent, mocking laughter. A week later, Kaine could stand it no more and asked her grandmother to take the artwork down. "Posh!" said the old woman. "I'll take this down when they roll me in my shroud." She pondered this for a bit, then turned to Kaine and dropped to one knee. "Listen to me, girl. Seeing this picture makes me happy in a way I've never felt before. And it makes me want to go on, so that someday you can feel the same happiness." It was a moment that burned itself in Kaine's memory, a perfect blend of pride and love and joy that came together to form a lifelong remembrance. She swore to never forget this moment, to never forget the old woman who had made her place in the world possible. Time moves on. People and memories move in and out of life, like ghosts passing through a hall. But this moment will be different, Kaine swore, because I will remember it forever. Forever. Kaine's dreams. Separation. Kaine listened to the sound of crackling firewood and stared at the black object on her plate. She'd been pushing it around the wooden disc for a good 10 minutes, ignoring the bemused stare of her grandmother. Finally, she summoned her courage and gave the object a brief sniff. A sharp, bitter scent flew up her nostrils and made its home there, causing her face to twist with disgust. Grandma, I can't believe you want me to eat a bug. The old woman threw some more wood under the cooking pot and snorted. It's no bug, you fool girl. It's a berry. Why the hell would I be feeding you bugs? Yeah, well, it sure looks like a bug, said Kaine. And I think it's burnt or something, because it smells terrible. With that, Kaine held her nose and threw the berry in her mouth, chewing as little as possible. Oh yeah, that's terrible, all right. Why, you little brat, laughed the old woman. Look at the sass on you. You've been spending too much time with me, and that's a fact. 5 years had passed since the moment when Kaine's grandmother saved her from the bullies. As is often the way with two stubborn people, their relationship had grown in fits and starts, but moved forward all the same. Meals that used to be somber affairs were now filled with laughter and hurled abuse in equal measure. Kaine could not remember a time when she had been happier. As the years went by, Kaine started to shoulder more and more of the daily responsibilities. Her grandmother's legs grew weaker by the day, and she could no longer do many of the chores she used to take for granted. And so this morning found Kaine lacing up her work boots with a breakfast of burned berry rolling through her belly. Where are you going today? Asked Grandma suddenly. Kaine looked up, surprised. The old woman rarely asked for specifics anymore. Well, I was gonna check out the kelma trees and see if they were ripe. Thought we could make some jam or something. Oh, and I'm going to pick up some flagstones, so I need to take the wheelbarrow. Flagstones? What in the hell for? Kaine stared at her grandmother, then held out an arm and swept it around their home. Constructed mostly of cloth, rope, and rubble. The old place sagged like a boxer in the final round. Grandma, a dying cat could chew through this house. I'm going to build a stone wall so we have some protection. The old woman laughed, exposing her toothless grin to the world. God damn, girl. If a bunch of thieves want to ransack this old place, let them come. We got nothing worth stealing anyway. I'm not worried about thieves. I'm worried about shades. People saw one west of the village yesterday. The old woman tilted her head and stared at her granddaughter. Well, shoot. I don't know why you have to do it today. We can worry about it some other... Grandma, no. If I don't go to the kelma trees, we won't eat tonight. You know that. A confused expression passed across the old woman's face, and for a moment she was a small child lost at a carnival. Yes, she said after a bit. Yes, of course you're right. I'm sorry, Kaine. Lately it seems my mind is... She didn't finish the thought, instead walking over to her nightstand and gently taking the wreath of lunar tears from the drawer. The flower's petals had aged to a brilliant whiteness, and Kaine thought it was more beautiful now than the day she first received it. You're gonna be a true woman soon, Grandma said as she placed the flowers in the girl's hair. That means less chatter about shades and building defensive walls and more talk about how beautiful you've become. Annoyed, Kaine reached up to remove the garland, but the look on her grandmother's face stopped her hand. You're a beautiful thing, said the old woman, and there ain't another like you in all the world. I'm very proud of you. Okay, Grandma, that's enough goddamn compliments for one day. Such a mouth on you. Where did that come from? Gee, I wonder. I'll teach you to sass me, girl, yelled Grandma. Suddenly, she lurched forward and grabbed Kaine by the ears, pulling her around the room with a crazed grin on her face. Grandma, yelled Kaine in a quaking voice. Grandma, stop it! What the hell? The old woman stared at her, blinked, and slowly held her wrinkled hands out as if it was the first time she had ever seen them. Oh, I don't know what happened there. I'm sorry, girl. Sometimes my mind just... Kaine thought the look on her grandmother's face was the most heartbreaking thing she had ever seen. Listen, she began. Maybe I should stay home, after all. No, I won't have you stay here to keep an eye on an old codger like me. You go get your fruit and your wool and whatnot. I'll be fine. And when you come back, I'll have a nice grasshopper dinner waiting for you. Kaine rolled her eyes and kissed her grandmother on the forehead and made ready to depart, trying desperately to ignore the worry that was gnawing at the walls of her heart. Kaine could feel the old woman's eyes watching her as she moved down the path. Don't turn around, she told herself. But in the end, the temptation was too great. She spun on her heel for one final look and saw a small bent woman standing in front of a ramshackle hut with a sad expression on her face. Gods, she looked so old now, like the wind could reach down and just carry her away. Kaine worried about her grandmother all day, causing her work to suffer. What little fruit she could collect was tossed carelessly into the wheelbarrow, and she only found a couple of stones before losing interest in the project. Finally, as dusk approached, she decided to call it a day. Cursing herself for the lack of focus, Kaine pushed the nearly empty wheelbarrow back down the path. As she crested the final hill, it suddenly froze in place. The wheelbarrow fell from her fingers and collapsed on its side, sending a few pieces of wrinkled brown fruit rolling back down the hill. Her gaze was transfixed by a thick black cloud that hovered just ahead. Tracing its path with a finger, Kaine suddenly felt her stomach knot in on itself. No. Oh God, no. Her grandmother's house was ablaze, the flames licking it up as if trying to touch the sky itself. Grandma? Grandma! Kaine ran then, faster than she had ever moved in her life. Once she tripped on a stone and went sprawling into the rocky ground, but she leapt to her feet and continued running, unmindful of the blood that spilled from her wounded hands and knees. As she got closer and closer, Kaine's mind began to race in time with her footfalls. It's too dark. It's too dark, not just fire. Can't be fire, too much smoke. Gotta save her, gotta save her. She burst into the front yard and came to a sudden halt, her worst suspicions confirmed. The smoke from the fire was mingling with the thick, inky blackness of an enormous shade. The massive creature supported itself on 3 twisted feet, and achieved balance through means of a large, armored tail. Scales, horns, and claws sprouted from its body in a random, chaotic pattern, giving it the appearance of a lizard designed by some insane god. Seeing Kaine, it let out a roar and flicked its tail, sending small whirlwinds spinning around the yard. For a moment, the creature retreated into a shimmering, inky blackness, as if her mind was unable to comprehend that such a thing could actually exist. But then the smell hit her. A blend of rotted meat and excrement, and the horror became real once more. The creature bellowed again, and this time, Kaine responded with a scream of her own. All right, you bastard, she thought, as her scream echoed off the high cliffs around them. It's you or me. Let's go. The Shade eyed Kaine with bemused interest. Then it began looking from her to the house and back again, as if urging her to look at the destruction it had so gleefully wrought. With dread building in her heart, Kaine glanced toward the house. Through the smoke and flames, he spotted a small figure struggling to escape the ruins. "Grandma!" At the sound of her voice, the old woman began waving frantically. "She's alive!" thought Kaine. "Alive!" Kaine's legs sprang to life as she raced across the yard toward the flaming wreckage of the house. Before she could advance more than a few steps, the Shade opened its mouth and let out a roar powerful enough to uproot trees and send them flying. The blast sent Kaine tumbling through the air before smashing her against the rocky earth. Stars danced in front of her eyes as she tried to remember how her legs worked. "Get up! Get up! Get up, get up, get up, get up now!" As Kaine struggled to her feet, the Shade stomped toward the house and pinned her grandmother to the ground with the tip of a claw. The old woman struggled to move the claw from her stomach, but she might well have been pushing a mountain. She coughed briefly, sending a small spray of blood into the air, then collapsed to the ground, her energy spent. Kaine lurched to her feet, only to fall back to earth with a gasp. Her ankles were on fire. One or both of them were surely broken. Ignoring the pain that screamed through her body, she began dragging herself across the ground, leaving a drunken trail of dust and blood in her wake. "Grandma, hold on. Just a little longer." Her grandmother's face was turning blue, her eyes rolling back until only the whites were exposed. Kaine pulled herself across the ground with maddening slowness, the distance seeming to increase with every second that passed. The Shade glanced between the two women and flicked out its tongue, its giant mouth turning up at the corners. Short, panting breaths belched from somewhere deep inside its core. "Bastard!" laughing at us. She had no idea how such a mindless creature could experience emotion, but there could be no doubt the Shade was taking joy in their suffering. "Yeah, I see your plan." The Shade moved its claw slightly, allowing Grandma to breathe again. It was clearly keeping her alive, only to snuff out her life when Kaine was close enough to touch her. "I'm gonna kill this bastard." Summoning all her strength, Kaine rose to her feet. There was a sickening snap from her right ankle as the foot twisted backward, but she forced it from her mind and began to hobble toward the monster. Pulling a small knife from the pouch at her waist, she leapt on the foot that pinned her grandmother and plunged the weapon deep. "Give her back!" she screamed. "Give her back to me!" It was like stabbing a rock. After a few swipes, the knife broke at the hilt with a dull snap. The Shade panted laughter again, then raised its tail and sent it rushing through the air toward the young girl that was lashed to its foot. Kaine never had a chance. Tail struck her square in the chest and sent her crashing into the burning wreckage of the home. As she lay on the ground with blood pouring from multiple wounds, a small, weak voice spoke up. "Kaine?" Kaine's vision blurred, but she forced herself to focus on the sound. Finally, her eyes cleared enough for her to make out her grandmother's hands, reaching out to her through the smoke. "Grandma? Kaine, you gotta run. You can't best this one." Kaine grabbed the hands and held on with all her strength. "Grandma, come on. We have to go." The old woman coughed loudly. One of her hands, slick with blood, slipped from Kaine's grasp and thumped to the ground below. "Grandma, no! No! I said run, goddammit. You have to live. You have to get through." The thought would say forever unfinished. Before she could say another word, the shade's clawed foot descended, smashing through the remains of the roof and down upon the shattered figure of the old woman. Blood oozed from gaps in the creature's toes as the terrible, putrid smell assaulted Kaine's nose once again. She stared at the foot, dumbfounded, convinced that what she was seeing could not possibly be real. When the creature finally lifted its appendage, all that remained underneath was a twisted, unrecognizable mass of rubble and red. Her grandmother was gone. Kaine blinked, trying to feel the hands which had been in hers just a moment before. For a fleeting instant, she could remember the warmth of that embrace, the trembling of the fingers. But then the sensation drifted away on the breeze and was gone. Memories flashed through Kaine's mind, one after the other, faster and faster, until they became a meaningless jangle of noise. Kaine screamed then, a thunderous sound that echoed off of the cliffs and seemed to roll away forever. The shade eased forward, black ichor pouring from its mouth and dissolving into smoke on the ground below. The earth shook with every step as it crept towards its prey. Kaine's body slowly rose, as if controlled by a mad puppet master. Her arms and legs were bent at impossible angles, her head lolled dangerously to the side. Yet somehow, she managed to stand. Yeah, sad emote is spot on. This is horrible. Staring at the shade, her eyes began to glow with a deep red fire. The creature, so confident just moments before, took a slow, hesitant step backward, trying to discern if this broken human could possibly pose a threat. Kaine seized the moment. Laughing like a madwoman, she leapt into the air and plunged the shattered hilt of her knife deep into the leg of the shade. The shade shook Kaine off like a fly, sending her crashing to the earth once again. Oh, yeah, that would make it even more rough. I definitely also had, well, obviously far from the same life, definitely some moments where I felt like, oh no, this hits a bit close. Her chest rose and fell slowly, as if a great weight were resting on it. Moist sounds of pain echoed through her mind. Something warm and thick oozed from her ears. Is that blood? Think it is. Think I'm bleeding to death. No, can't die. Grandma told me to live. Deep inside Kaine's mind, something finally broke. The sound, the pain, the smoke and flames. All of it faded away until all that remained was a single incantation repeated over and over again. Kill it. 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 Kill it now. As the spark that was Kaine's slowly began to flicker and die, she felt her desire to kill and her desire to live blend into one. The distance between heartbeats grew longer and longer and longer.
Oi, 来るぞ。分かってる。
It's almost jarring to return to the game proper. Yeah.
剣ではない。お前の腕が上がったのだ。存分に暴れよ。
Yeah, that is also very true. Emil catching her really felt like a hug. Which felt very needed. Kindness dreams. Encounter. Gently. Weakly. Softly. The shade, sure that its tormentor was dead, turned and stomped off toward the horizon, stopping along the way to bellow one final roar. Couldn't kill it. Shamed beyond imagining, Kaine tried to turn her head to the side, but only succeeded in coughing up a huge gout of blood. It was getting difficult to see, and only after a moment of fierce concentration did she realize that her left eye was gone. Laughing to herself, she turned her remaining eye to the ruins of her home, and noticed a ragged stump of arm resting a few feet away. Yeah, that's mine, she thought with a mad giggle. This is gonna make clapping a real bitch. Ha! Cried a sudden voice from the depths of her mind. Finally gonna die, are ya? Well, you had it coming. Go to hell, Demo, she thought at the unseen assailant. Go to hell before I pluck out your eyes and feed them to a dog. The voice of her childhood terror evaporated into smoke, only to be replaced by another, more recent voice. Hold still, said the apothecary, materializing from the ruins like a ghost. I want to draw you. That way you can live forever. No, stop. Don't want to live forever. Want to die right here. I see, he said quietly. Well, if that's what you want. The spectral shopkeeper fluttered in and out of existence for a moment, then produced a piece of paper and sketched quickly. After a few seconds, he turned the page to Kaine and smiled. Since you rejected my offer, I decided to draw someone else. It was a picture of her grandmother, real as life. Kaine opened her mouth to thank the man, but stopped as the picture began to blacken in the middle. Before she could say anything, dozens of multi-legged insects began to swarm across the image, tearing at it with sharpened pincers. Stop! No! Don't hurt that picture! Kaine reached out with her remaining arm and waved futilely at the air. To her surprise, the insects fell off the picture and to the ground below, where they vanished into tiny black tendrils of smoke. Relieved, Kaine turned her good eye back to the picture, only to open her mouth in a silent scream. The sketch now showed her grandmother as she truly was, a smashed, unrecognizable lump of nothing. The apothecary smiled and broke into a jolly dance. "See that?" he cried as he danced his jig. "It's perfect now. She looks just like you. Ha-cha-cha!" "I look like that? Oh God. Oh God, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die." Drowning in despair, Kaine laid her head back in the mud and smoke of her ruined house and waited for the end to come. But just before she let everything go, an unfamiliar voice began whispering in her ear. "Ain't you got a wish, sunshine?" The voice was vulgar and fierce at the same time, as if insanity had somehow found a way to take form. Kaine wanted to scream as the voice crawled under her skin, but her lungs refused to work. "You know, a wish? Like a prayer or something? Why don't you get on your knees and start praying to heaven? Please, invisible man in the sky, save me, save me!" Ha ha ha! Kaine finally resorted to shouting at the voice with her mind. "I don't make wishes, they don't come true for me. I'm a curse, a freak. I should be left to die." The other voice boomed in her ears. "Oh God, you are the best!" Kaine glanced down and saw a black, shiny substance oozing from her legs. She tried to brush it away, but her remaining arm would no longer respond. The substance slowly crept around her feet and then began moving up toward the rest of her body. Is this death? Is this what it's like? Or is my mind just losing itself? She could feel the slime oozing upward, feel the hot, searing pain it left in its wake. Whatever else might be happening, she was still alive, and this was real. "Come on," said the voice. "Let it go." Kaine tried to ignore the voice and to concentrate on the pain, but the newcomer would have none of it. "Don't ignore me, sunshine. You're ready to give up, ready to die. So why not let me have it?" "Have what?" "Your body. Come on, give it to me. Give it to me. I want to stand on the ground, feel the rain, taste the wind." The voice paused, as if licking its lips. When it resumed, it was filled with mad, unabated joy. "And I want to take your hands and use them to choke the goddamn life out of people. I want to tear out their throats and bathe in the blood, just like before." In response, Kaine shifted her head and vomited. The warmth of it crept down her front and mingled with the pain of the encroaching black ooze. "Are you a shade?" "Yeah, maybe. What of it?" The slime reached her face, crept up past her nose, and slowly oozed into the socket of her missing eye. The moment it touched her brain, Kaine was struck by the most powerful sensation she'd ever felt in her life. It was ecstasy. She wanted to scream with delight, but all she could manage was a small, whispered moan. "Feels good, don't it?" asked the voice with a chuckle. "Yeah, what can I say? I know how to please the ladies. Now give me that body. Come on, give me the body and I'll give you more of this feeling. It's a fair trade." A black lump began to protrude from Kaine's side. As she watched, it grew longer and thicker, eventually taking the form of her missing arm. "I can see better," she thought. "My eye must be growing back too." The slime reached up to envelop the rest of her face, but she managed to brush it away. "Stop," she whispered. marveling at how she had regained her voice. Stop. The black ooze hesitated, as if considering this request, then quickly shimmered down her body before disappearing in a cloud of smoke. Ah, what the hell, Sunshine? Screamed the voice. We had a deal. I thought you wanted to die. Grandma said, can't die yet. A brief image of her grandmother, bloodied and broken, flashed before her eyes. She saw the shade that had killed her and heard its mocking laughter, then closed her eyes and forced the image from her mind. Her whole body was quaking with rage. When she opened her eyes again, they burned bright red. That thing took my grandmother. I have to kill it before I die. Heine glanced down and saw a mysterious pattern, the pattern of the shades, burn itself into her left arm. Well, I'll be damned, said the voice cheerfully. Look at that, Sunshine. I think you and me are gonna be good friends now. Heine stared intently at her arm. The more emotional she felt, the more the letters seemed ready to puncture her skin and begin infecting the rest of her body. The arm clearly had a will of its own now. Stop. Gotta stop. Holding her left arm in her right, Heine took a deep breath and tried to calm herself. Come on, don't fight it, pleaded the voice. Hey, it's my favorite dish, and I'm hungry. Let it go. Feel the anger. Burn with the fire of revenge. Thirst for blood, then go out there and... Also, there will be another wave of ads incoming. Shut up. Shut up and get the hell out of my body. Your body? Oh, that's rich, Sunshine. Real rich. Look, why don't you just up and die so I can have this body all to myself? What do you say? I bet those buddies of yours in the Airy would love to see you dead. Heine grabbed a nearby shard of glass and tried to saw off the shade-infected portion of her side. Before she could, her darkened left arm grabbed her right wrist, crushing it. Heine screamed and dropped the shard as the sound of bone crunching on bone filled the air. I'm going to have to catch up on the prostitute's messages once we start wrapping things up. But I think I'll keep going ahead despite the ad, because now it's turning into a longer stream than intended, instead of a shorter one. I don't know if I'll let... We'll reread the voice. Yeah. Stupid idiot girl. You're possessed now, Sunshine, and there ain't no going back. The voice laughed again. A loud, long wail seemed to go on without end. Yeah, I got what you meant, so it's all good. Possessed? Whispered Heine. Yeah, possessed. You and me. We got what you might call a timeshare arrangement. Remember how folks used to think you were a freak? Wait till they get a load of you now. Heine looked up, tears in her eyes. The sky seemed smaller somehow, darker. Is this because of that shade? Is this how they see the world? So, listen, heard the voice. I know this whole possession thing seems a bit sudden, but it ain't all bad. There's plenty in it for you, too. I'm a very powerful creature, Sunshine. And now that power belongs to you. You got enemies? People you wanna kill? I can make it happen. That little fat kid who kept picking on you, that big old shade that squashed your granny, we'll wrap them up in their own assholes. No more abuse for you, Sunshine. No more pain. Wait, said Kaine. You're a shade. Why would you help me kill another shade? What? You think I'm some kind of racist? Some killing snob? That's a take. I don't give a goddamn. I don't give a good goddamn who you murder, honeypants. I just want to drink from the well. Kaine considered this as she struggled to her feet, the power of the shade coursing through her. Yeah, the shade possessing is interesting. Very interesting take. The smoke from her house was drifting away with the wind, and she enjoyed the way the cool evening breeze felt on her new left arm. After a long pause, the voice spoke up again. So, how about it? You and me? We could have some good times together. Look, I'll even take care of the bloody part if you don't want. Fuck off, asshole, muttered Kaine. I'll handle the killing. Ha ha ha! Screamed the voice. Look at you go! Oh, Sunshine, we're gonna have so much fun! So listen, my name's Tyran. And if you ever need me, I'll just be hanging out in this piece of meat you call a heart. Now get to it. The more you kill, the more your heart turns rotten and sour. And I like rotten and sour. Kaine found herself nodding at the voice. Yeah, she said. Yeah, I think this can work. I'm gonna find that shade, and I'm gonna strangle it with its own guts. And when I'm done, I'm gonna do the same to you, Tyran. Count on it. Laughed Tyran. I've shit bigger than you, so good luck with that. Oh, and hey, one more thing. Right now, you and me are sharing this body, but if you ever run out of hate, if you ever, go soft, then I'm gonna take over everything. So keep on killing, Sunshine, and watch your back. The voice grew fainter and gradually faded away, fading to somewhere deep inside Kaine herself. Kaine waited until she was sure the voice was gone, then waved her new left arm around a few times. Feels perfectly normal, she thought. It feels like mine. Desperately, she began poking and prodding at the new limb, determined to find something wrong with it. She didn't want it to feel normal. That would mean the creature inside her had already won. I am not a shade. I am Kaine. Repeating this mantra in her mind, she slowly began digging through the rubble of her house, being careful to ignore a certain red-stained spot in the corner. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity of heartbreaking work, she found what she was looking for. It was the wreath of lunar tears. Though it had been through hell and back, the garland's petals were as bright as ever. Kaine started to place it in her hair, and slowly lowered the wreath and stared at it. I'm sorry, Grandma. So sorry. But I don't deserve to wear this anymore. I'm possessed, corrupted, freak. And this time, I don't think there's any going back. Holding the flowers to her heart, Heine fell to the ground and sobbed. As night gradually lightened to dawn and the people of the Eyrie arose to their daily lives, she remained in that position, as if tears could somehow wash away the horror that now infected her world. Emil!
カイネさん、生きて戻ってきてください。
お前たち。エミール、私を呼んでくれていたのはお前だな。
僕のことわかるんですか？
エミールはエミールだ。私は間違いない。
カイネさん、ありがとう。
おかえり、カイネ。
ずいぶん立派になったな。どのくらい眠っていたんだ、私は。
5年だよ。
そうか、5年か。ヨナは
探してるが、魔王の足取り自体なかなかつかめぬ。
これ。
それは月の涙。
おばあちゃんのに負けないやつをって頑張って作ったんだけど。
そうか、ありがとう。
Hey!
長く石化されていたカイネの目覚め。エミールの見せた優しさ。再び出会う喜びを俺たちは噛みしめていた。デボルさんたちからその話を聞くまでは。なぜなんだ？どうしてなんだ？デボルさん、ポポルさん。
分かってちょうだい。揉め事が起きて危害が及ぶのはあなたたち自身なのよ。
でも
Right, this is when they basically say that
大丈夫ですよ。
Emil and kinda
僕ら
can't go
外で
into the village.
待てよ、おかしいだろ。己の身を犠牲にして村を救ったカイネとエミールがなんで村から追い出されなきゃならない。
だって僕らこんなんだし、みんな怖がりますよね。あなたにそう思ってもらえるだけでもう十分ですね、カイネさん。
私は外の方が慣れてる。
そんな。
じゃあ外で待ってますね。
すまないな。
You.
どうした？
俺ちっとも気づかなかった。カイネちっとも気づいてやれなかった。くそ。
今日はもう休め。
その夜は眠ることができなかった。デボルさんを初めて憎く思った。
And as we now know,
冷たい人だと疑った。
not for the last time.
だがそんな俺の感情には意味がない。彼女たちは村を第一に考えた結果、ああいうしかなかっただけだ。村人たちを魔物の恐怖から守ろうとして言ったことだ。 デボルさんとポポルさんの罪を責めるなんてできない。カイネたちの立場を知ろうともしなかった。俺も同罪なんだから。カイネとエミールに謝ろう。謝って、いや、謝ったって。
カイネさん、
この声は。
カイネさんとまたお話ができて僕嬉しいです。
お
そうか、私もだ。
カイネさんを助けるために僕頑張ったんですよ。一生懸命磨いてみたり、お湯をかけてみたり。
お湯をかけたのか。
はい、でも全然ダメで。
石化を解いてくれてありがとう、エミル。
ちょっとだけ姿が変わっちゃいましたけど。
辛い思いをさせてしまったな。
でもこの姿も悪いことばかりじゃありません。こうしてカイネさんを見ながらお話できるようになりましたし。そうだ、カイネさんのこと聞かせてくれませんか？
私の話はつまらないぞ。
カイネさんのこともっと知りたいんです。
わかった。私に魔物がつく前、子供の頃の話だ。私は少し変わった体をしているせいで、村では厄介者として扱われていた。でもただ一人、おばあちゃんだけが私を受け入れてくれたんだ。どんなに辛いことがあっても、おばあちゃんがいてくれるだけで。
カイネさんにとって本当に大切な人なんですね。
ああ、
そうだ、カイネさんの石化も治ったんですから、魔物つきのことや僕の体を治す方法も見つけましょう。みんなで探せばきっと簡単ですよ。僕たちならきっとでき。
お湯をかけるよりは難しいと思うがな。
もうそのことは忘れてください。
cute.
眠れたのか。
ああ、
目が赤いな。あまり思い詰めるな。
ポポルさんたちのところに行く。
わかった。
これは
母親の。
あ
あ、すまん。
いや、いいんだ。これは唯一の。これを読むと頭の。
そうか。
だけど最後の
奇妙なメス。
ああ、それは。
Wait, hold up.
Oi.
Okay, but it's saved, so it should be safe to exit out. The light! Rah! Let me switch over here. I'll trust in the save being a save. Because at this point it sure is getting late. Let me, yeah, oh, let me just for the funnies while looking for someone to raid. Let's just start with reading through the prostitute's message for Maiden's raid. Mayron VT is a gremlin VTuber who embraces the cycle of life, death, and rebirth through the power of memes. When they're not adventuring with friends in Hello Kitty Island, they're turning scuff brushes into rigged dreams. Join them for cozy vibes and chaotic energy. And yeah, it's very interesting. Even if a lot of the gameplay through now will be will be doing a lot of the same things, I'm still excited to keep going and get more story, more secrets. And then we have the ad message. Attention, coming soon to a chat near you. In a world where creatures lurk and danger is around every corner, one chat member, Dude Postal 300, faces their fears with a brave heart. But when the claws come out, it's not terror, but a comforting embrace from Emil that saves the day. Join us as we witness the saga of survival and solace in Wintergust's NieR Replicant adventure. Hashtag hug life. Hashtag NieR Friday. Let's actually... let's see. What are we feeling? Do we want some Marvel Rivals? Some Genshin Impact? Or... Or do we do a cheeky raid on my Kamiyoshi Matara? All right. Let me jump in on their stream real quick and just... Yeah, I think they'll keep going for a while. So... let's actually go with the... Honestly, that's a fair point. Genshin is definitely closer to NieR than Marvel. But yeah, let's go with that. Shall we? So, we'll go visit a dragon bartender. And then, if anyone wants to join in on a raid message, you can use the first one with the raid emotes if you are a subscriber. If not, you can use the second one. And thank you for hanging around, and thank you again to Mayron for the raid. And I'm excited to keep going in Replicant. So very curious to see what happens next. And I'll be back on Sunday with some Ocarina of Time. So with that, take care. See you around. Bye bye. Love y'all.